So hello, this is gonna be my guide. This is the long-awaited guide for basically Tekken 6 coding. So I'm gonna just run through the basics so you're all set to go coding. So it says here that we what? Yes, so it says here that we should count in hexadecimal. We should never count in the normal counting system. So basically this is the counting for hexadecimal, which is literally from here on out. This is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and this is becomes the value in our normal number is 15. So keep that in mind. But addresses and values for Ppsspp and for Ppsspp are the same when you make a code, but addresses are different for searching. The difference is, so basically it says here that either PSP format or Ppsspp format, I don't know which way. Basically one of them, when you're searching addresses, there's a difference, and the difference is by this much difference. So like for example, like we are using this 0407A08 in either PSP format or Ppsspp format. Like I said, I forgot which way around. We basically have to add this much, and then this is gonna go into the memory viewer. That's how you search up the addresses. For example, okay, yeah, this is the example. Yes, so we add this. Oh, so it's in PSP format. So if you are gonna, so like this is PPSS, I mean, yes, this is Ppsspp format, and then if you want to make it a PSP format, you just add this, so then it becomes a PSP format, and you can put it in the memory viewer to search for your address. So like said here, P1 and P2 have the same kind of addresses. So the distance of the addresses between player 1 and player 2 is 930, for example. So I'll give you a more realistic example. So we say like 0407. Wait, this is hex. Oh, this is decimal. This is hex. Okay. So for example, 0407 A18. This is the P1 address for the where you can see the move IDs. So for example, I'm gonna search in here. This is gonna be the player 1 address. I add, like I said, we're gonna make it a PSP. Let me just show you. So it's better if I just show you. Oh, fucking crashes on me. What? Yes, let's turn off. So for example, we have here Devil Jin. Let's turn off the music so it doesn't get distracting. So I have here Devil Jin, and now so we're gonna try and look for the ID of let's say just jab. So perform the move, pause it, so the memory viewer shows us the ID. So instead of searching like this is the Ppsspp format for finding IDs of moves. We're gonna add this much. So when I add it, it will become this. So 0 is 0, 7A18. So here is the ID for the job, Devilgin's one job. So that's how you search or maybe use memory viewer generally. So you just add like 88 then 5 zeros to make it PSP format. And what it's saying here, yeah, so basically, so what's saying here is this is player 1's ID address for moves. So how you will make this up, or how you will search for P2 or player 2 address for their ID is by adding 930, which is written here, 930 bytes. So now if I just search this, and let's say, like, you see the reaction of the player 2 Devilgin here, this is a move, and let me just do that. So now I'm gonna search for this reaction. This reaction, because this is also a move. So copy this and paste in memory viewer. So this is the reaction for, or player 2's address for finding IDs for their moves. So if you wanna if you are on mobile and you can't, or you don't have access to the memory viewer, so move finder is your very own key. This is a very, very important website. So let's say I search for, again, Devilgin's one job here, and you will see I'll explain this later how all of this data works, but you can see here it's 1A6, just as what it's written here, 1A6. See, this is player 2's moves, or we say that these are the reactions, but you can also just say that it's player 2's move IDs. Yes, you can search for it. You can search for it. It won't have any descriptions, but this is the reaction for P2 or P2's move. So where are we? So now where? I was just explaining this. I got lost. Yeah, so yeah, this is that. And next, yes, so it's the same as when you're trying to look for player 1's or player 2's address or move address, move pointers. Okay, Sadamitsu calls it move pointers. So basically, where's my note? No, somewhere. Cancel. Can I just add? What? Shit. New file? Yes. So here, so sorry, 18. So if you want to look for, oh yes, it explains here actually. So constant, Okay, so we'll get into that later. So firstly, it says here, I'm gonna do this by in order on this website. So firstly, how the codes work is, firstly we have the so firstly we have the condition. This is a condition. So basically a condition is exactly what it is, a condition that if it tells the game, if this is just literally if, this means if you tell the game if. So for example, this is a condition. So if the stage is loaded, or if there's a value that says 08C0 on the address of here, then this is gonna be the constant. Then you write, basically this is the execute this something, or let's say for example that let's say if the stage is, so if the stage or 08C0 is, or how do I explain this? So if there's a number which is 08C0 on the address of this in the PSP or the memory viewer, then this is done. So then if this is basically, or the execute that or execute this. So if the stage is loaded, then execute writing 1 at the address of here. This is an index. I'll get into later what an index is. So you literally put 1 on the okay, so so give me a second here. Yeah, it's better if I just let me just give me a second here. Oh no. So why did it become, oh, I don't know why it became full screen. So here's an example. No, what the this is what? Yes, right. So like I said, if the stage is loaded, then on the address of this, make it 1. So how this works is, we basically count 4 bytes. So this is 1, 2, and 3, and 4. That's 4 bytes. So a 4 byte will look like this 4. So if the stage is loaded, again, this is Ppsspp format, but to make it PSP format, you're basically just gonna add 88 then 5 zeros. If stage is loaded, oh shit. Right, if the stage is loaded, you see, so this is just a condition. If it triggers this condition, then the constant line will execute whatever you put into it. So in this case, I set a condition that if the stage is loaded, and then execute on this address, put 1. If I guess this, yes, so this is 4 bytes from here. It covers this. That's 4 bytes. That's just one line. I'll get into that later. It's fucking confusing. But yeah, so that's how lines work, and that's how you're gonna code. Yes, this is an example. And then this just basically explains like this. This only happens in the condition line. On the second second byte, yes, so in the second byte here, this is the first this is the first byte, the second byte, and the third byte. You get what I mean, the third and fourth byte. On the second byte of the condition, basically it's how much lines will work below this line. So like if I put blah 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 blah, any coding, if I just put anything, or I'm coding and I stop and I finish my coding, so how many lines will work after this line, after this condition line? This, remember, this only happens at condition. So in here we have 1 2 3 4 lines, so you put 4 again. If you reach this is one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you don't say 10. Like I said, we count by hexadecimal. So this is A, B, and C. So you put here C. It's basic as that. That's how the condition line works on the second byte. Yes, so it basically explains here. It makes no sense. I often write 1D because it's a max number of lines in one cheat code, PSP standard, but I do it only if I'm sure that this condition must work for all code lines and will not inflict with other conditions. So basically 1D is the maximum for PSP standard. So now we get into a kind of more complicated or messy part. So there are 3 kinds of addresses: 8-bit, 16-bit, and 32-bit. Yeah, so what's saying here is 32-bit is the full this is 32, or let's say 84. This is 32 bits. So 4 bytes is 32 bits. So this is 32 bits. You see, I copy with 32-bit. But wait. Here. So this full is 32 and 16-bit is half of this. So basically this third to the fourth bit, and then 32, 16, and then 8 is basically these two numbers. Yes, you see here 32, 18, I mean 16 and 8. So that's how it works. So like I did here, it says here that if I write it as this, then all 8 digits will work. So here all of this will work. You see here. And if I make it 1, and then like I said here, you write a memory to what? You write memory to right. So if I put 2 here, then all of this will be put into this address, just like what happens here. On this this is put into this address, just like here. This is the PSP format of this. So if it's written 2, then all of this will be copied and pasted into this. If I write 1, then only what it says here, only the last, you can only use 32 and 16-bit address, right? So if you write 1, then this will only be copied in here instead of the whole or the 32-bit. So this is 16-bit, like I said, 16-bit. And if you write 0, you basically write just this, only this, because 8-bit is this. You understand me? Okay, hopefully you're still following or not, still not confused. Hope I'm trying my best to explain this as how I understand it. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same as what I explained. Yes. What? I wouldn't worry about what's talking about here. Yes, if it's 0, then only the last 2 digits. Oh, for conditions, there also a similar thing for conditions. So this is basically a constant line thing, but there's also a condition 1. So in here, if it's E0, it means 16-bit. If it means E1, it's 8-bit condition. Right. I wouldn't worry about this. I don't understand this, but I don't really use it. I wouldn't worry about this. I wouldn't worry about this. Each code usually starts with a condition. Right, so explains here the basic or the constant. This time what I mean by constant is it's just there, it's constantly there, you cannot change it, or you shouldn't change it, so your code is stable. So the constant line includes constant condition line. What I mean by constant is not the same as the constant in coding. What I mean is that constant by it's just fixed the lines that are fixed. So the lines that are fixed are this is just the main thing we use. So this is just a stage condition, and then we follow up with the second what do we call this, the second most important constant condition line, or the fixed condition lines is this is the character condition. So if the stage is loaded, if this XX is like your character, so does Sadamitsu have here? I don't think in mobile. Yes, here. So this is gonna be for your character. So if you want say Jin, that's 09, you put 09 here. If it's basically it. If it's Jack 12, you get it, you get the point. Let's say for example Jin, I only put 1D here. This is just because if you are not done yet with your code, you can just put 1D, since it's the maximum lines that will work before these lines and these lines. Going back, so wait, let me move to the PC version. Character, so if you are on the spot and too lazy to look for an existing what do you call this, an existing, basically if you just want to search it in your memory viewer of which character you're using, like I said, this is the address for it. This address tells you who or what character you are using the value that I showed you, like Jin as 09 and Devil Jin as 1A. So instead of writing this, like I said, you put or you add 88 and 5 zeros. So if you add that 78B4, like I said, this is the condition for, the address for your character ID. You add this 45. This becomes a PSP format, which then you can use to 78B4, which then you can use to look for things in memory viewer. So here, like I said, Devil Jin is 1A. Next, so this is just right, so this is just a way to make an existing move change its hit rank. So like for example, this jab is high. With my texture, you don't really see that it's high. Okay, fuck. So to be clear, I'm just gonna remove the texture by just adding whatever into it. So the ISO doesn't recognize the folder. So this is a high, and basically this code makes it anything you want, any heat rank you want. So high, you make it mid or something, but you don't really need this. There's a more, I don't want to say easier, but there's more. You should learn. You shouldn't learn this, but you should learn like here. You should just learn how to manipulate this. I will get into that later. It will be a lot. This guy will be it's gonna take a long time, but bear with me please. So yeah, just don't learn this. I'll teach you later how to change a move's heat rank. But yes, here 512 is high, 217 is mid, 10F is low. There's other mores like special mid. Special mid, special mid, and unblockables, and I think that's it. And then if you want, what is this? What is this? What is this? If you want to change specific only for a specific move, you should add condition of a move. Oh, so basically this is universally. You're gonna universally make all of the character you set. This is just a continuation for this, which you wouldn't really need. So now we get to the juicy part. Yes, we get to the juicy part. So again, so now I'm gonna explain to you the addresses. Oh, I'm used to that shit. So there are two ways to get like the identity, I guess, or like to get whatever you need. So like, yes, there's two ways to get your whatever move it is. So firstly, by getting the ID. So in move finder, let's see here. So here in the move finder, this address, or if you want to put it in PSP format, and this address is this, which you will see in the memory viewer, just like I showed you with Demulgent's job. So this is basically just if you want to get the ID, and this if you want to get the move pointers. So I don't know if you want to do something like if you, I don't know, it's just basically this is just the two ways to get your move something, your move number, your move pointer. So there's another two-way, but this one is only for specific use, which we do use often, but oh no, never mind. Or I guess you should, I guess, like yes, so this is another way to get your move ID. This one, this is not recommended if you are gonna search for a move ID. I don't recommend like looking for a move ID with this address, because this address is the fast version of this. This is the slow version which you should use in getting stuff, or in getting the move ID of your whatever move. Let me show you a quick example. So wait, what? So in here I do a jab. So here it changed like that. This is the slow one, but if I search in here, I jab, it's not there because it already passed. Like, it's a very fast one. It's not impossible to see it, but it's there. Let me try to get, it's really fast here. Yes, so I pressed the jab, and immediately, like 0.1 millimeter or no milliseconds, I pressed the pause. This is basically the same as what it shows in here. That's 1A4 for this, 1A4 for that. So basically it's the same thing, but this is just faster, this is just slower, and I suggest just using this instead of using this. We only use this for commanding the game to do something for us, and yeah, and it disappears. So now, what is this? Yes, so an example. Again, I'm gonna use the stage condition. If the stage is loaded, then we're gonna make it all we're gonna make it basically what I showed you here. So here, what this thing does is, if it's Jin, this is a condition for the condition for Jin. If Jin on the player 1, then this is the constant and this is the condition line. So you tell the game a condition that if Jin is on the player 1, then you tell the game to execute this. So you tell the game that on this address you put this, all of this is 32-bit because you put this, you put 0x2. So you basically 0x2, you copy this into this address, and this address is the fast way. So basically, this shows the ID of what move is gonna come out. So like I said, like earlier, I'm not gonna show this again, or yeah, I'm gonna. So this is the move that is showing right now, and this is the address or the move pointer that is showing right now, that's gonna come out. So then, if so like this is the slower one. So if, how to explain this? So basically, it's the same as 7024, which is the faster version of 7964. Then immediately, Jin performs, this address seems to be the electric. So if Jin is on the player 1, then make this, you can say that this is you can say that this basically means immediately you make the player 1 perform. And you can also say to this that you make the player 1 perform. This is immediate and this is delayed. So if you can use this in here, but it will be delayed. So instead, the example here, use this, so immediately there's no delay. This move pointer, which is the electric, immediately comes out. So if I were to immediately no, if I were to use this, for Jin, immediately Jin will do that, and it won't stop because you didn't put any condition to it. You basically just put a condition where if it's Jin, then he performs this, so he will non-stoply do this. If you want to, but if you want to set another condition, so let's say a condition that if one, this is gonna be 2, because the number will work, the number of lines will work after this is 2, 1 and 2. So what is Jin's job? So for Jin's job, that is 1A6. So copy the 16-bit and put here. So if a move is or this number pops up on this address, which is 3437A18. So if, so let me show you here. It didn't work, did it? Yeah, it did work. It was just, you basically need to refresh. Every time you edit your file. So now, so basically you set a condition where if 1A6 appears in this particular address, which is, this is basically just it, this immediately performs right here. You see, if that moves, you see it's delayed. You know why it's delayed? Because I use 7A18. So Jin firstly performs the job and then it does the electric. So if you want to replace that, just use like the faster version. Like I said, this is the slower version, and use the faster version. So now here, now his job becomes an electric. Yes, that's a perfect example of how, or of what's the difference between this yes, difference between these two and these two. So yes, this is the faster version. How this works is basically 7A18 makes the move ID perform like very slow. So like, no, what I'm doing there, you see it's delayed. It's just delayed. Wait. You see, this is 8001, the stance. If I do it, it's delayed. You can see the 8008 or the default stance change into this. That's because this is 7A18 and 71DC immediately when I press immediately on the 7D1C, this will appear and immediately be gone. So that's why this is a lot faster. This way this is a lot faster, and this one too. So it's the same case as this and then this. So moving on, we got control. Yes, so what happened when I use this is Jin didn't stop like electricking, because it's only, the condition is only set if Jin is on player 1, so there's no other condition that was set. That's why it was performing electric indefinitely or infinitely. So yes, so basically what it's saying here is this, what I did, which is basically replace the job with this. Mind you that what I did here is only replace the move pointer. The move pointer is this again. So 1A6 pointer was replaced with this. This is electric. So now if I make the electric here, it's still, this is the job ID, but if I move on to the move pointer, it will be changed into this, which is the electric. So I didn't change like the ID, but I just changed like what he is gonna perform on this address. Next, yeah, I already did this. Right, so if you are going to use an existing, so like for example, again, like you're gonna do this, I don't know why or what particular situation you're gonna do this, but if you are gonna do this and you want, let's say, yes, so you want like Jin's job to perform electric instead, so you're gonna use that existing move pointer of electric. This is the move pointer of electric, and this is the existing address of it. But if you are always gonna use an existing addresses, you should always make versus Paul and versus Alisa version. This is constant. It's always Paul and Alisa. What I mean by constant, again, is not the same as the constant line, but what I mean by fixed, this is a fixed. It's always Paul and versus Alisa. This is Paul. 86A is Paul, and 875 is Alisa. So basically, to make that, you just make this line. Oh, I mean, okay, I can just, well, it doesn't matter anyways whether I put it before and after. So like you repeat. So again, I'm gonna explain to you like what this means. So if you tell the game, this is entirely you telling the game that if versus Paul, this is just the condition, this is just the address. If this number appears on this address, then you make this is the address for versus Paul, and to make this address versus Alisa, you just add ABC and 00. This is what you're gonna use for Alisa. So now this is the Paul version and this is the Alisa version. You always have to do this if you are taking out or using existing addresses. Yeah, so like for example, like you are building your own custom move and you're gonna use an existing 14th data, which is the strings and recovery. You're gonna use an existing of that. You're gonna have to use this, and that's why we also use, like, we mostly use this for getting the reaction of a move and using it in your custom move. So yeah, so what does it do here? Yes, 7D10 is this address is on what frame? Yeah, so let me set you an example here. So we're still gonna use this code. It's just that we're gonna add this particular this particular line. This basically makes, so okay, so again I press the jab button and electric comes out. This, what it does is basically you instead of immediately performing without any frame or anything, without any frame, let me just show you. I can't fucking explain this. So now on the on the 0 frame, basically on the 0 frame, this all performs if you jab. So this is immediately performing because this is on the 0 frame. You conditioned the move to perform on the 0 frame. So let's say if we want to make it on the 20th, what's going on? Right. Again, CH1 2 3 4 5 6 5. Yes, see, that's the importance of this. You always have to count this. If you are always gonna put this, you're gonna run into a trouble where if you're gonna use, like, if you're creating like your own Tekken 8 character, and if you are always gonna use this, it will malfunction. Like some moves wouldn't wouldn't work because you always have to count your lines so it's stable. So basically this helps stabilize your code. Okay, so here again, back to what I was doing. So I set the frame on the 20th frame. This is hexadecimal, by the way. Like I said, we all count in hexadecimal. So this isn't just simply 20 in hexadecimal. This is 20, and in our number, this is so like, fuck, I don't know. Okay, so here, what? No, you get the point. You get the point. It's probably like, I don't know. It's just this isn't our ordinary 20. This is hexadecimal 20. So this value doesn't really say on the 20th form in our counting system. So going back, so if I press now, it should come out on the 20th frame hexadecimal wise. See, he's like pausing and waiting for the 20th frame hexadecimal counting, and he will do like, yeah, you see, yeah, he's waiting for the 20th frame and he will do the electric. So like, if you wanna really just delay this is, yeah, you can see it. Goofy ass. Nah. So next, so basically that's what that line do. So basically tells what you're gonna perform here to perform it on this specific time. So I guess you can put here 0, because again, or wait, this is a constant, yes, so 0, because again 0x0 is 8-bit and this is just 8-bit. If I were to put like 7FFF, this is the maximum time for everything. You're gonna have to make it 1, at least 1, because 1 is 16 gigabyte or also 32, but it's both 16 and 32. So 16, this is 16-bit. So if you're gonna put like, I don't know, here, to basically, Jin will never do the electric. This is 32-bit, so you make it extra. Again, that's how it works. Let me try this. Does it even work? No, because this doesn't exist. I'm just explaining it. I'm just explaining this again. So yeah, so it will also work if I were just going to put it as 0, because we're just only using 8-bit of this. Is it even working? The fuck? Huh? Yes, it still works. Yeah, see? It still works, even though I already put 0, because 0 means 8-bit and this is 8-bit. Next, sorry if I take too long in explaining. I just want you to understand clearly, because I've been there and it's not easy to understand all of this. Okay, what is this? Yes, so this is just the example. So yeah, this is the example that I did, and here he makes the electric perform on the F frame, which in our counting system is the 15th frame. Okay, so moving next, what is this? This is visually what I would like to call the lazy coding. I guess it will help me to, if I explain this now, and will help me later. So basically, in coding, so in our side, one left punch is 1, left punch is 1, right punch is 2, left kick is 3, right kick is 4. But in hexadecimal, 1 is 1, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, but 3 is 4 in coding. So if you wanna like make this jab input into 3, you have to, in coding, you're gonna put 4. And 4 4, which is the right kick, for number 4, or the neutral 4, it's 8. So like again, if you want to make this the input of this, or I mean, if you want to make the input of this 4, you're gonna code it into 8, because that is the coding version. So what is he doing here? Also, we need to limit the time. Right, so what this part of the coding website, coding guide website, tells is it's making, what is it doing? It's modifying 3-1 of Jin. Okay, so okay, if we add such condition, what is it doing here? Right, so so this is gonna be, I'm just gonna slide this in, because this is gonna be what I'm supposed to explain later. So what we're getting in is the what I would like to call the lazy coding. So basically what he's trying to do here, hopefully you're still with me, because this is gonna be a lot more complicated. So what this guy is trying to do, I'm gonna explain this. So he set a lot of condition. So firstly, the condition, you tell the game, okay, right? You tell the game a condition. So if Jin, if number 9 is on this address, if this 16-bit number is on this address, if this number is on this address, oh, this is a new address that I haven't talked about. So basically, what this is for is, when you are gonna try, you usually gonna use this in lazy coding if you're gonna add or attach a move to another move, which is a string, which we call a string. So what he explained here is this address, he basically this, okay, so how am I gonna explain this? So if you're gonna try, and let's say for example you're coding this, the duration of the frame, that how do I explain this? The duration of this move, so you see this move, this has a string which is 1, 3, 1. So the duration of the string of the second hit, the duration input, like how long I can input the second hit. So basically, the duration of how long I can press the second hit until I cannot press it, or the game will not allow me to perform the second move. So the duration of this, the length, the frame of how much it allows me, or how much frame it allows me to input the second hit. So so how this works is this. For this one, like what is written here, if value is equals to 14, so 14, so if I write 0, then the value is equal to 14. So what this basically means, that if I set the second hit if I set the duration of the frame which the game allows me to input the second hit, if I put it 0 in here, it's gonna be a perfect frame. So on the 14th frame, exactly on the 14th frame, if the game only allows me to input the second move on the 14th frame exactly. So this is what we call the perfect frame input, which I haven't even done. I'm not demonstrating it right now, but I'm just gonna explain you how this line works. So this is a perfect frame if it's 0. So if it's 1, I don't also understand this. If it's 1, it's not equal to 14. I don't understand that. It's not equal to 14, then what? I don't understand also. But if it's 2, then it's below, like it's below 14. On if I set the second hit of this, the second hit of this, if I set it as in 2 in here, then below 14 frame, let's see, if I press this, if the move comes out on the 14th frame, on below the 14th frame, I can only input the second hit. So below 14 frame, I can only input the second hit. So if this is 3, so again, if that's 2, below 14 frame, I cannot go higher. If it's 15 frame, I cannot input the second string, because it's only set on the 14, below 14. But if it's 3 in here, it's above 14 frames. So let's say for example I set it on this, the second hit, I must, if I want the second hit to come out, I must only input the second hit on above 14. I cannot press the second, or I cannot input the second attack on the first to 13th frame because it's set on above, only above 14th frame. So I don't know if you understand it, but it's really confusing. I mean, my explanation is very confusing. Here, yeah. Oh, this is a very good example. Let's give you an example. Let's give you a very, very good example. So, if Jin, if this move is performed, because this is 7A18, which recognize move IDs, and then I explain this, if it's below 14 frame, yes, this is the condition for this address is for your input. So here it's written as 2, so this is 2. So here's what I'm gonna be talking about. What is this doing? So what does this wanna do? Right. So you see, so if Jin, if I perform this second hit, if I perform this second hit, when this second hit comes on below the 14th frame, because this is 2, below 14th frame, that is the time where I can only input the next string, which I set the next string. Yeah, this 7D10 again is the time or the frame where the move will come out. So this is just execute the move. Jin performs the move. This is the first variant, which is Paul, and second variant Alisa. So what this coding does is, if I do 3-1, if it's less than 14 frame, if I press the 2 button or the 2 attack, then on the 14th frame I will perform while standing 1-2, the second hit. So like shown here, see, let me show. Yeah, see, but let's see, it's more clear to explain here because I have an example now. So let's say I put 3 here. So refresh. You see, I'm pressing the last input very fast on the first frame, but 3 explains that if it's greater than the value in here, so I must press the input above the 14th frame. Mind you, again, this is hexadecimal number. Then if I just delay, or if I just input the next string on the 15th frame or above, then the move will perform of whatever, or in this case, the while standing 1-2. See, I'm delaying my input because it's above 14th frame. But again, if I set it on this one, this is the perfect frame. You see, it's specific. I can't just I have to, okay, I have to restart or refresh the code. What the heck? What's going on? Oh, I didn't save it? Okay. What? What's going on? What? Oh, yeah, you see. What? Why is it still? Huh? Why is it still? Ah, right. If it's not equal, yes. The one that I don't. The one that I don't understand. If I. Okay, so if I set 0, you see, it doesn't perform immediately when I press the last string. It doesn't also work if I delay it. It has to be perfect frame. Let's see if I can get it on the perfect frame. Yeah, see, specific. Yes. So yeah. So again, 0 is perfect frame. 1 is unequal. I don't understand. I guess close to the uh, close to the number you set, but not really. I don't know. I don't understand. 1 and 2 if it's less. Below 14 frame. 3 if it's above 14 frame. So again, if you didn't understand, what this does is, firstly you tell the game that if it's Jin on the left side or the player 1, if he does the last hit of 3-1, if below 14 frame, if the time is below 14 frame when you input this move, if you press 2, then you set which frame the move will come out, and the move will come out. This is the move will come out, and this is the Paul variant and the Alyssa variant. I hope you understand me on that one. We face a problem. The value is 0. Right. Right. So what we basically do, what this code doesn't do, or I mean, yes. So what this code doesn't do is add a value on the address where you get move ID. You see here. Oh shit, it's still. You see, it's 0. While Jin is performing the last hit of while standing 1-2, it's 0. Why? Because the value, because we only set that if this address detects an input which is 2, then you only perform, you tell the game to perform while standing 1-2 through using move pointer. So there isn't really you didn't really set ID. You only set the move pointer, which is this. So if I were to search for the move pointer, you see here, there's only 4 move pointer, but none for the move ID. It says here, since we added 312 in a custom way, we face a problem. The value on the address where we get the move ID is now 00. We cannot use this. We cannot use only this address to identify our move. Okay. So what's going on? Okay. If the pointer ends with 54. Ah, right. So so how, okay, so going back to this coding structure, the key to how we attach the second hit of while standing 2 to neutral 3-1 is by, this is the key. This, if Jin performs, then other stuff like if Jin performs, if press 2, then performs this. But if you want to add another, we cannot do the same. We cannot do this because so let's say for example that the guide wants to do, after this, the guide wants to do forward 4. So since, like I explained, that the last hit of this is 0, we cannot basically put 0 0, because that will be messed up. Like it's literally empty. So what he did, what this coding does, or what Sadamitsu did here, or the explanation did here, is you use another condition. You tell the game to look for a value in a specific address. So in this case, in here, this one. So let me just copy this. So now he added another condition where if because you cannot add another move with only using this line, because the value is 0. What he did is basically use the move pointer address. Since we only modified the or since we only put a move pointer, not a move ID, so he took the advantage of where you will see that move pointer, which is here. Oh no, here, this line. This is where you like I said, this is where you will find the move pointer of the current move player 1 is performing. Yeah, so yeah, so he said it that if there's a value, you see here, you see this, it's the same because this is 8-bit. So this is 8-bit. So now if yeah, so 8-bit. If 8-bit, if there's a number which is 54 on this address, that's literally the condition. So that's another condition he used instead of using this. And then he repeat the same thing here with this. Again, let me explain to you. So this is after 3-1 is performed, if you press 2 on specific frame, blah blah blah, performs while standing 1 to the second hit. And then this one, if that while standing 1 2 second hit is performed, this is a group. So this is how the game will identify the move, which is the while standing 1 2 after 3 1, which is set here. Then on the 16th frame, like I said, this is below, so below the value you write here, so below 16th frame. So again, this is the input, this is 4. Again, 4 in coding is 8. So if you press 8, if you press 8, or if there's a value number 8 on this address, then on the 16th frame, which the move will come out, this is where the move, or this is the time where the move will come out, and the move will perform. Again, this is for versus Paul, and this is versus Alisa, because this is both an existing address. So basically, this now, if you press 4 after the 3-1, 3-1-2-2, the last hit, which is the while standing 4, basically, if it performs that and you press 4, forward 4 will come out, because this is forward 4's move pointer. So next, also this wait, no, I don't really understand. I don't understand this part of okay, so he basically, now I'm not familiar with this, I don't really use it. So now we get into the I guess you can say that we're finished with the basics. So now I'm gonna teach you how to, or what are moves. So what is a move? So move is basically everything the character does. So from breathing to sidestepping, to walking back, to what do you call this again? Holy wait, backstep? No, I basically this to this, to holding forward, to double tap forward, jumping, everything is a move. Like, what I mean by breathing is the default stance. His default stance also a move, and everything, even like the player 2 is a move. What player 2 is default stance, like anyone, like what, wait, even like Lars stance, that's a move. Everything's just a move. Everything this character does, like crouch, jump, you name it, everything's a move. So now a move consists of 54 datas in hexadecimal. So from, let's pull up our okay, let's pull up our Discord, and I suggest you being here if you want to learn more. Here. Oh no, not this. Here. We're just gonna paste this. So this a move consists of all of this. Well, some of it are not really important or aren't that used. Some are just once in a blue moon, if that's even a thing. I don't know, once in a red moon type of data that isn't really used. But some experts somehow use it, but not to worry. So the first two, so now I'm getting into the part where I'm explaining how a move works or the structures of a move. So a move, okay, so this first two, this is fixed. It's always this. It's always this. These two, this. No explanations needed. It's constant. What I mean by constant is fixed. It's just this. You don't really have to worry about. You will see here. Everyone 0 and fourth frame is basically the same. So that's just fixed. You don't really have to worry about that. Here, so on the 8th data, this is the animation pointer. So this is the animation. If I search that, what? Okay. So if I search this, like this is the start of the animation. This is the animation bin. The animation, basically the animation. The animation and the move datas are completely different. This is what makes an animation work, and this is the animation which you get from NetSheets. Like say for example, Dinas 3. This. Wait, let it load. This is the animation. When you see it starts with this or something like 64. 64 means older animation datas. Older animation bins, and C8 means the newer ones, which you will usually see in Tekken 8. This is an animation, and the datas here is what makes this work. So now next, so move, so I get a question a lot. What is a custom pointer? So a custom pointer, how do you make one? The custom pointer is basically the representative of a whole content of, let's say for example, okay, let's give an example here. So genes 1-to-1, right? Genes 1-to-1. So we can just imagine this. Imagine all of these lines are the whole. Okay, so let's compare this to a whole class, a whole section in a school. So in a section, all lines here are the students, right? And then one of them is gonna be the representative of that section. So that representative is always going to be the first line. So which one here? So it's going to be this. This is going to be, let's say, your president of that section, the representative of your section. So now let's say for example, I'm not gonna paste it, but let's say I paste it here. I pasted this here. So now instead of using this as your custom pointer, you have to make it a PSP format. So again, what is a PSP format? It's basically the address you have and add 88, then 5 zeros. So here, this is your custom pointer. This is the representative of whatever comes after this address. So all of this is gonna be the contents, and this is the representative. That is the move custom pointer. So that's how it works. So let's say for example, in the game, this is the custom point. I mean, this is not really custom, but this is the pointer, the move pointer. I mean, the animation pointer for Raven's 1 or, well, Jin. Where's Jin? Jin here. This is the animation pointer of the animation of this. So what you're seeing here, is the animation. This is the animation. That's where it is located, and all of this are move. All of these are pointers. So this is the pointer for the 14th data. This is the pointer for the 20. This is the pointer for 34. Yes, so that's how a custom, or that's how pointers generally works. Right, so hopefully you understand what a custom pointer is now. It's basically the contents of whatever this is. This can be like the 14th data, stuff like that. Next, C, body state. It literally what it is. It's the body state. Yeah, it's the body state. I think this means, what does this means? Yes, 842 means stand and cannot block. You might also see another one that's always used, which is 7402, which means on air. I think on air. So let's say for example, up, forward. This is gonna be 74. Right. Okay. Or was 7402 grounded? Body state in the air. Yeah, you see, yeah, it's basically the body state of your of the character that's performing whatever move it's that character is performing. It's the body state of that character. Next is the hit rank. So here, why I didn't suggest you to use like what's written here is because you can just manipulate it. I am going to explain the advanced coding on how you will manipulate existing ones, but yeah, here is your hit rank. It's the 10th. It's the 10th data. So here, everyone, your grandmother, your great grandmother, your fucking, I don't know, everyone. It's just everyone. Everyone just doesn't. No, not everyone, but most of y'all just don't know what this is. So what the fuck this is? What the fuck is this? You ask me. So I'm gonna explain this to you. Firstly, what is an index? An index is an empty empty memory. So here is an empty memory. This is literally an index. All of these are index. Next, now you know what an index is. You're going to use a specific, or you're just basically going to use index, an empty space in the memory. So let's say, for example, I'm gonna use our famous 88 for 4000. Yes, our famous address. So now I'm gonna use this. Oh, I should probably explain to you the data of 14. So a 14 consists one slot. So we call all of this, so this is a example of 14. We call all of this a slot, not what you call but a slot. One slot contains 1 2 3 4. What the heck? One slot of 14 contains 8 lines. 8 lines. So what are these? The first line is going to be your directional input. The second line is going to be your attack input. Let's say for example 3-1, genes 3-1 or genes 3, the 14th data of this. Again, the 14 is the strings and recovery. Firstly the strings. So let's say that this is just a lone wolf. This is alone. There's no second hit. Let's just imagine there's no second hit. Right? So I want to put the second hit. This hit it. This. So now when I press this, that move has 14. So now the first 14 of that, the first slot, is going to be the slot for the second hit. So now a directional input, there's no directional input, it's just 3 and 1. 3 1 3 1. You see? 3 1. So while so you don't really put anything in here. But you can, I guess, put 20, but if it's just 20 is neutral. Okay, let me show you. I should probably give you this. Here, basically this. And the directional input. So for the directional input, I guess you can say that you can put neutral, but if it's just something like 3 1, just leave it as 0. Neutral is, I guess, used for example, like if you are holding back and if you don't want to appear this while holding back, neutral 1, neutral then 1. I don't know. I just sometimes use this, but mostly I just leave it 0 if there's no directional input. Then forward for 40, down forward 8, down 4. Yeah, you get the point. This is you see. I'm pretty sure I've seen like combinations. Like for example, I think I saw up and up forward as like 300, something like that. But whatever you're coding in Tekken 8, probably you're coding in Tekken 8, just copy what they say, or copy what these are, or what's written in the first line, whatever. So the attack input. So again, we're going to add, we're just an imagination, we're going to add the second hit. Like again, we imagine that there's no second hit in this move, so the second move is going to be 1. The attack input is going to be 1. We don't simply write 1 like that, just like this. We don't simply write 1, we put 4 in here. This is constant. What I mean by constant is fixed. This is just fixed. If you want to add attack input, you have to add 4 at the beginning, and then your preferred or whatever attack input you want to put. So now in this case, you want to put 1, and then the next one is going to be the permission. Yes, the permission. So what is a permission? Literally, a permission is a permission. Like if you in here you can add like a permission where this so what we're actually doing here is a string slot. So if you want to make this string only come out on specific situation, let's say for example hit, you add like 2C. 2C means if hit. I'll explain this to you, but permission is usually, it's literally what is a permission. Yeah, so let's say that you want to go to the toilet in school. You have to ask permission from your teacher. Yes, so basically if you want your string, this string, to go, you have to put permission. Now usually if it's just a string, move whatever, you set this as 08 8E4 then B8. This is constant. This is what we usually use. I don't know what's written in here. Wait, let me just check. This is an existing data. Yes, just 0. Yes, so it's just nothing. So it's just nothing except for this. Now what is this? What is this 18D? This is the end for permission. This is the end. This is what you're going to use for the oh no, you only use this for permission. Yeah, you only use this for permission. Yeah, you only use that for permission, really. Brain fart. No, you will also use it in reaction and damage, because this data also has permission. I will get into that later. But that's how permission works. Also, a permission is where you will also, where you can also put like this effect. You can also put effects in this permission. Let's say, for example, that okay, this is on hit. On hit, if it hits, then your strings will go. Yes, permission. Yes, and then you can also add like, if it hits, then this is if you put this in here, it means that this is camera shake from, I forgot, was it up to 1, oh no, 8 or 9? I think it's, I forgot, but this is camera shake from, I think, I forgot the end of this, but this is the first camera shake, the weakest one. Next one, bigger camera shake, bigger camera shake, bigger camera shake, and you get the point. This is the weakest one. I forgot the maximum for this, but yeah, so if it hits, if this hits, your move will go with camera shake. You can also put like omen stuff, omen spark, or effects, literally effects. It's almost the same as this, but there will be a difference which I will be talking about later. So now that's a permission. Literally, it consists, one permission consists of 2 lines. This is one permission, and one permission. This is end permission. So yes, so like if you look here, like you see here, permission, if back turn, see, if back turn, 3D is if back turned, then end, ultimate permission, end of sequence. So that's it. Next line is going to be the connection. So I'm just explaining this, but I will tell you later how to create them properly. Connection is this is basically your key to a smooth, or like, this is where you will put like parallel connection, smoothened connection. Like if your transition to the string is like weird, this is where you will fix it. This is also where I think you can make a move homing, and yeah, connection literally is like, this is where you will smoothen out everything. You, make parallel connections. Yes, that's a connection. And usually if you don't want to mess with this, just leave it as this address. I don't know what's in here. I think this is just I think this is just a one connection consists of 1 line. So literally this, I think a connection is only this, like let's say, wait, I can show you. Let's say for example this, see, this is like the most basic one, but I don't, if you're coding Tekken 8, I don't really recommend leaving this as this, because it's weird because in Tekken 8 there's a lot of weird connections, like I don't know, there's even like I think there's even like something like 84 182, something like this. While this is common 182, this is what moves usually use. Or I think this is tracking a little bit, I think. Okay, but yeah, just literally just follow whatever is written in your coding, I guess. What move you're coding, just follow whatever. But yeah, the next three is going to be the input frame start. The next one is going to be the input frame end, and this is going to be the move startup. So in lazy coding, the reason why I prefer advanced coding than lazy coding, while in lazy coding we do have something like this. For this to for these two, we do have something like this. Then this, we have something like this. Or this is literally one. This thing is literally these two. So why I prefer this one is because this is really, this is just flexible. Like this is the duration. So okay, so this one is the input frame start. So this is typically usually 1. So yes, so on the first frame of performing this move, if I press 1, this is literally the duration, the start duration and the end duration of how long the game will allow you to input the next move. And then this move startup is the frame where the move will start. Let's say like from 1 to 16 frame, and then on the 17th frame the move will start, something like that. But in here we also have a version for that, which is this. While I don't really recommend really recommend using the lazy ones. The reason is, if you use this, you can only adjust it in through here. Like this 2 is less than 6, so from 0 frame to 16 you can only input the next string of whatever that is. If you put like perfect frame, or I mean this is perfect frame, then that's a perfect frame. Then this unequal, maybe I think this is close to 16 if you input the next string close to the 16th frame or something like that, because it says unequal to the value here. And then 3 is greater than, so if I have to input the next string like above 16 to literally forever, I think until the move finishes, I guess. But that's the downside of that. It's what's the opposite of flexible? It's literally inflexible. But this one is flexible. You can put like you can literally just put the exact duration This is you can put the exact duration, but here it's just bad. It's just automatic. If it says 3, it's greater than. If it says 2, it's less than. Stuff like that. If and then this one, the move startup, this is basically the same as this. Like if I set 16 like this, that's the same. But here's the part where this gets better. It's the connection. Do you some coders out there that probably does this type of coding, do you ever encounter like transition problems, like the character looks weird in transitioning to the next string? Well, basically this is literally the fix to it. And then the move startup. The move startup is the frame where the move or the string will come out. Then lastly is where you will connect the next move. There's like, okay, so I'm gonna explain this. So 500 is normal, like this. The second string, normal like this. But this literally means that this follows the input, the inputs, like the attack and the directional input. But 41 is what you will use for throws. This is basically connection to throws, and this does not follow the inputs. Like this will transition. This will force you to transition to the move you are going to transition, regardless of anything. So so if you're just going to make a move, it's 550. And I think for parries, for parry transitions, like if a successful parry, it's 43. And yeah, next is going to be your next move. So like what is this move? So this move is this 16. That, wait, what? I think this 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, this yes, this is the move ID. You have to put the move ID that you want to attach to whatever move that is using this whole 14 slot. Okay, so let's break it down, yo. No, but let's break it down. Here, this what makes one slot of 14th data. So this is, okay, so did I even explain that we always count 4 bytes, skip counting by 4 bytes. So 048C into 10 14 18 1C, 48C, 10 14 18 1C, 20 24 28 2C. You get the point. It repeats. That's how we use index. So if you will see here, this is counting by 4. 0 4 8C, 10 14 18 1C, 20 24 28 2C, 30 34 38 3C, and it goes on and on. Again, we count in hexadecimal, so don't mistake it. So now, how do we use this? how do we apply this? So this is where you will use empty index. So like I said, we're gonna use our famous 88.4 our 88,4000 freaking index, and then we count by 4, 8C, 10, 14, 18, and 1C. This is our one slot of 14. So now again, how do you connect this to your custom move or whatever move, maybe an existing one? How do you use this? We go back to the custom pointer. How do you make custom pointer again? Well, think of it again as a class. This is your class. This is going to be the president or the representative of your class, the section, and you grab the first address that you used, add 88 and 5 zeros. You add this. If you use this, if you put this in your 14 in the data of your move, this directs to your this. So here you will see it's literally the same as, yeah, it's literally the same as animation. Like this is the start of the first line of this whole 14. Don't worry, the game will recognize when the 14th slots will finish if it tracks down this. I will explain this just about in a second. So basically, yeah, that's, so now this is your pointer for your 14, same as this, same as your animation, but the difference is the animation is the animation bin instead of this. This is a whole 14 data, but in here it's an animation like this. That's, but the process is the same with how you use index in here and how you get your custom pointer. So now you see this is the same as the first. So now, how do you make more than 3, more than 1? Let's say for example, again, even like stance, like this stance, mental alertness in Tekken 6, it's called mental alertness. This stance is just simply a move. The difference is it doesn't have a hit rank because it doesn't attack. It's just a stance, it doesn't attack. While this, something like this attack is attacking, and it has to have high hit rank because it's attacking, while this is just a stance. So you don't really write. So the difference with a stance and an attack is that it doesn't have a hit rank, as well as the 48. Now the 48 is the limbs where the attack will happen. It doesn't really have that, as well as 4C and 50, the start, the attack frames, because this doesn't attack. So for stance, anything that attacks, anything that involves attack, you don't really need to put anything. But for attacks, attack moves, you have to put them because they are attacking. It's common sense. So now, how do you let's say you are making this stance, or let's say for example like Lars's what's the new stances, I don't know, but let's say for example you're creating this for stances. The data that is the most painful in the butt is this. So because it's just a move, stance is just a move. The difference is it has a lot of transitions to another move. Like this, if I press 1, it does this. If I press 2, it does that. If I press 3, it does that. If I press 4, it does that. If I press forward, it does that. If I press like down forward, it does a transitions into crouch dash. Yes, that's all this. All of that, this. So how do you make more than one? Basically this, you literally just spam this. That's literally how that is literally how a stance work. A spam of this, like, that's it. So what I'm pointing at here is to make another, wait, let's say this has two transition, 1 2 has two transition, 1 2 3 and 1 2 4. So you repeat this, but now you're going to put customize this into the next or whatever move that you want to transition into. The difference is you're going to continue counting by 4 in this. So what's next in 1C is 20, 24, 28, 2C, 30, 34, 38, 3C, and the list goes on and on. Let me actually show you an example. This is me creating like Jin's Zanshin. It's called Zanshin somehow in Tekken, but it's called Zenshin in Tekken 7. Here, this is literally it. This is why stances are a pain in the ass. So this is forward 4 and transition in the move transitions into Zen, and this is one slot. You see, this is the direction input. This is Zen up +1, the new Tekken 8 move, the Tekken 8 tornado tool. The attack input, the permission, which for moves, if it's just a simple transition move, you don't really have to put anything. But the connection, this is I think this is, yeah, this is very important for normal transitioning moves. And then the input start of the duration, where the game allows you to input this move, Zen up +1, and the duration where the frame ends, and the start up of this move, and then the ID of this move. So this is 50 because it's just a regular transition. And then I just repeat the 8 lines again and again. But then look at here, I count up and up and up and up to 70, to 80, to 90, and the list goes on and on. And then at the end, you must have you must have a slot for recovery. That's why 14 is strings and recovery. So now here is where it gets different, because in recovery, this is wait, 7 FFF 15 into oh shit, 15 into whatever, I guess. this is a whole recovery. This means recovery. So to really get you here, this is the site where you can use composite input, an input that is very unorthodox, and it's not rarely used, or it doesn't exist on a character here. So here, let's see, recovery. This is literally, yes, this is the ID for this, like this. This is dedicated for the first line of a 14 slot here, you see. So if I want to, let's say 2 to 1 plus 2, see, very unorthodox. Down, back, back. This is literally quarter circle back 2. See, if I want to put that, I'm just gonna actually, I haven't used this. I don't know if you just type this in here. Pretty sure that you have to mess with inside here. You have to mess with something in here, but yes, you have to mess with something in here that makes it activate, that activates it and usable, make it usable. But I'm just pointing out like this. Also, here are the other common, I guess, common inputs: forward, back. This is for something like, I don't know, but yeah, I'm just talking about the recovery here. So that is the recovery. So now all 14 will end when it recognizes, all 14 slot will stop when it recognizes this recovery. And this is just purely 0. This is constant, and what I mean by constant again is this is just fixed. You don't have to mess with this. Just literally copy and paste this as your recovery. Now for this is the this is just the frame where the move will recover, or the character will recover from that move. So see, the frame where I start walking forward, that is the frame, the recovery. So whatever that is, this is going to be the same as this, and this is going to be the same as this, and this is where what state or what what state of your character will be recovering from. So usually if it's a move, it recovers from H1, which is default stance. This is default stance, but see, but if after the move that is using this 14 data, if I want it to recover from crouch, I will just put it H002, because H002 is crouch, just like here, H002. See, that's literally it. That is what makes a 14 a pain in the ass for stances, and quite exhausting to do if you do it every time. If you're and then visual recovery is visually recovery. So this visual recovery and this must be the same. So like, you can't have the visual recovery So what this literally means is visually what you are seeing and the recovery. So what I'm seeing here is it's recovering. If I let go of crouch, it's recovering on the default stance, so I put it default stance. But if the 14 of that move recovers from crouch, which is 8002, then if you press anything, it will this character will just move from crouch. Even if you are seeing you are in default, in truth, when you press anything, the character will do it from crouch. So it must be the same as visual recovery. This is one of the data that just literally gone, literally gone. Like, you will even see here, if you put added sample pointer, that there's not really 1C here. It's just 18 to 20. Literally gone. You don't really need that. That's useless, I think. Next, reaction and damage. Now this is actually, I'm gonna get into that later, because this is literally this is worse than this. If you are building not a stance, this is very painful to do. Next, the length of animation, which is very, very important. The length of the animation, literally the length of the animation. Like, what is the length of your animation? The animation of the move you're doing. Yes, the length of that. Let's see, like, for example, you see here the length of the animation of the default stance is 80 in hexadecimal, but 128 in decimal. One decimal is our normal counting system. It's 128 frames, but in hexadecimal that's 80. Yeah. Well, let's say, for example, something like this. You see 27 for a jab. For Jin's jab, it's 27. Pretty sure all of this jab is 20, except for unorthodox characters. Yes, the length of the move. Next, the start of mid-air frame. So after the length of the move, the next three is going to always be the trio. So if you have someone, if you literally this wait, what is this here? These three are always together. This is the trio. Okay, you usually see this in air reactions or something like Jin's Zen upward one in Tekken 8. Like, it's written here, the start of the mid-air frames, like the start frame where the body is going to be in the air, and the end frame of the air time of the end frame of the character. What the so okay, so this is the start frame where the character will start to be in the air, and the end frame of where the character will end in the air. And then 30 is the frame of the ground fall. So this is this one will transition into grounded. So I think this is visually in the mid-air frames, and this is where the characters will actually be in the ground. Next, character sound. This one is also not used, but this one's not used because we have this. But I think this one is dedicated only for the character sound. So for my experience, I'm just gonna exclude that because I don't really use that. But you can use it if you want to. I don't know, if you want to add like audio, and you want to add it not through the effect or something like that, or if you messed up, if you forgot to add some sound effect on your effect, you can always go to 34 to do that. But in here, 38, I will explain 38 and 20 at the end. What is this? Oh, 3C and 40 is also going to be the duo. They are also going to be inseparable. So this two is basically this 38. It's just another way to put it specifically in terms of frames, like in terms of when. So if this effect is universally, this one is going to be the effects before the move starts, and this one's going to be the effects after the move starts. So I don't know, like, yes, you can set effect like after the move starts and before the move starts. You can set effects on that, but I don't use this. I only found out about this through Zaf. Next is the extra properties of body. This is going to be somehow weirdly important. Just copy what you see on the move you are trying to do or you're trying to create. Just copy what it is. But usually you will what is this is if you those coders out there, if you encounter when your custom move recovers and your character's body flinch, like, it's very weird, but if your body flinch, you just have to add like you just have to add this. That is extra properties. And I had problems with you will usually have problems with this on throws. Like, this is like, you can put this one, I forgot what this does, but I think 1, 2, 3, either of them or one of them is going to be canceling out the transition, the visual transition. Yeah, that's I forgot what that is, but you will use this for example, like your throw. If P2 or P1, if your throw starts, if P1 or P2 is facing the wrong direction, you can always mess with this, but mostly it's going to be in the 20th data, which I will explain later. So you just copy whatever you see, except if you encounter like very weird specific transitions. That's not just transitions. Next is limbs. So this is where the attacks will happen. So like here, left punch, wait, oh, that's very fast. Let's see, it's pause here. So for forward force, limbs is going to be around here. You can check it in you can check it in here. The limbs here, this is where you get it. This is the values. So like forward 4 is probably something like this, and maybe right knee, something like that. But you get the point. Like you see here, 1 is attack limb left hand, because that is 1. Left hand. Left hand's value is D, or 0D. Next is going to be the start of attack frames, end of attack frames. This last two is going to be another duo. Literally, the frame, what do I call the duration of attack frames, like if I set, let's say, like if I manipulate this job, the start frame will be on the first frame, so, and then the end frame will be around 50. I don't think that's possible, but from the first frame to the 50th frame, if I try to manipulate it like that, like that is the duration where this hand will become active and is ready to hit anyone, ready to hit any part of this body, of the P2's body. So literally the start frame and the end frame. And then extra properties. This is going to be also important, but this is important, but you will rarely see, you will always just sometimes see a value inside here, but most are not really, doesn't really have any value in here. But it's the same as this. I even mix this with this. I even mix 44 and 54. I don't know why, but I don't really know the exact definitions of these two, of how I would define this data. So that's literally how I forgot 20. So yeah, so for 20, okay, so for, okay, wait, I'm just gonna explain it through here. It's very freaking hard. It's very time consuming to build 20 data. So basically, a 20 consists of 3 lines. So these 3. The first line is going to be the permission, just like the 14th thing, like here, permission. It's literally the same. But in here, you're just gonna use, like, you're always just gonna use, like, this one. If you see this one, this is a stand reaction. I mean stand permission. This is a stand permission. So if you see this, immediately this 3 lines is just the standing reaction. So a standing, okay, I'll explain later, but so yeah, 20 consists of these 3 line. The first one being the permission. If, let's say, for example, down forward plus 3 plus 4, here, what, really, oh, right, it's not existing on Tekken 6. Yes, I'm still loud. So here, there's 2, right? Or I can even have, like, this first, let's say, down forward +1 +2, the Aratama strike of Devil Jin. Aratama strike. Where is Lil Bro at? Here, Aratama strike. This one has 3. You know why? Because one of them is going to be the Tekken 6 bound permission. So alright, so again, a 120 slot consists of 3 lines. The first one is going to be permission. Second line is going to be the damage. And then the third line is going to be the one that is pain in the ass. So in here, you will see the bound permission. So if bound is available on air, then I'll explain the last lines of these slots. So the first one is going to be the pushback settings of front. Again, if you are not sticking around, right, so you literally write this as it is. Like, this is for Tekken 6, this is their existing index. Index is empty, but for Tekken 6 this is for Tekken 6 these address are occupied by this 20. So you take, again, you make a custom pointer and you connect it to this move, to this Aratamas, or to this move. And then for permission, you use another index to create your wait, did I actually like tell you how to do the permission and connection? It's basically the same as writing this, but instead a permission consists of well, basically in writing 14 permission, 14 connection, 20 permission, 20 reactions, 20, yes, and then writing 34, 38, all of those stuff that has like doors, this is a door to this is a door to this contents, the 14 contents, like all of them will be counting like this. You basically use indexes, like you use empty spaces to create them, and they will be placed on the memory, and then to use them you just have to create custom pointer. That's it. So like what he did here is the move. So I'm gonna create this. So like, for example, we create this. This, so this is gonna be my move 20, and then I'm just gonna take this. This is actually like already converted into Ppsspp, but okay, so every address here is already converted into Ppsspp. So imagine that these addresses are Ppsspp format. So to do that, you just have to minus 88 and 5 zeros, in opposite of making PSP format adding 88 and 5 zeros. And then since this is a PSP format, I can just paste this into here. That is my 20. Imagine that this is the data of my move, and this is gonna be the pointer for the 20. And then what he did here is literally just literally did the same thing. This is the permission if bound is available, then the end permission. Create another custom pointer, do that, and then again repeat the same shit. And use the first and then that's it. That's literally how you, but you just add like, instead of like this, this one is going to be your index, your own custom index. So you just have to choose like empty spaces in the memory, and that's literally how you build them. You just use index, then count by 4 bytes for a C, 10, 14, 18, 1C, 20, 24, 28, 2C. Just count by 4 bytes. And then next, so we're done with permission, we're done with damage. Now moving on to the reaction and pushback. So the first one is going to be the pushback. So here is another pointer. If you click this, here is another like, what do you call this, another contents, like this is so like if you just want to copy this, just copy this. But instead of like this is going to be, you're going to replace that with your own index spaces. And another one, basically if you see a blue or any clickable, or literally just a blue clickable stuff, it's basically just using indexes and then creating whatever shenanigans, like this is effect, this one is effect, this one is the data for 20, these are the slots for 14. Yes, that's it. So if you see click like this, these are the indexes. Yes, these are the addresses. I wouldn't call them indexes now because they are occupied by this, but these are the PSP, or these are the index that the PSP used. For PSP, this is index because he is the PSP is occupying this. So you click another here, this is another address. This is another custom pointer that leads to contents of contents, like another impulse. This is an impulse. So basically the first 7 lines is going to be pushbacks. This you can just read it: the front, the back, the left, the right, counter hit, ground, block. So like front, right, left, back, and ground, and block. Literally those are the pushbacks of this. So I can show you my example later with what I've done on my coding. But here the next 6 lines are going to be the directions, or no, this is bound. We're gonna look at the you're not really gonna you're not gonna use this. You're not gonna use this permission, if bound is available. You shouldn't use that. You're only gonna use the error in permission is 143, and the hit, I mean the standing, which is just nothing but ended of permission. Okay, so continuing with the stand reaction, the next 6 lines are going to be directions of P2. So the direction of back and front, right and left pushbacks, ground counter hit, and the next the first 3 is the direction, and the next 3 is going to be the initial direction. So like I encountered this when I was doing Jin's Tekken 8 down plus 1 throw. When the throw starts, P2 will be instantly back turned, which isn't supposed to do that on Tekken 8. So here is where I fixed it. So initial direction, that problem only happens at the start, but it will be but it's fixed like the next frames. So it only happens on the beginning frame. So that is initial, so that's initial direction. So what I did was just mess with this, put a value in here, and it fixes it. Initial direction of the front, blocks reaction start. So if the reactions that are happening is not correctly on the direction that it's supposed to be, then you mess with this. This is the last 3 are only going to be the direction, but the first 3 is going to be just direction. I think this is overall, or the recovery. And then the last 7 lines is where the reactions are. So like 267 is these are literally P2's move. Like I said, everything is a move. Even the player 2, this block is a move. It's a move that is performed when he blocks my attack. You see, that's just a move. This is a move. So like for let's move to Devil Jin, because I'm using Devil Jin as an example in here. So like Aratama strike, this move, this is a move. Everything is a move. This reaction is a move, and the move ID of that reaction is 267 here. This is the front reaction. So if you are confused, like which one here is back and front, right and left, like it's this line is 2-in-1. So you see which one was firstly mentioned, direction of back. So the first 4 digit is going to be dedicated to the back, and the last is going to be the front. So here right is the first mention, so this one is going to be to the right. So if let's say for example that when your move hits to the back and the direction is wrong, you mess with the first 4 digits in here. So yeah, same as this. You see the front reactions for crouch. So firstly is crouch. This is crouch, and then for standed up opposition, this is the stand. So this one is counter hit, and counter hit for crouch. This is crouch counter hit, and this is crouch stand. Yeah, so yeah, that's it. All of these are P2 move. This is P2 move. Like, this is grounded. You see, like, let's see. That is a move. This is it. Something like this. Yeah, this is the ground reaction for face down. So face down, this. Then the ground reaction for face up. Then face up, this. So that's hopefully you understand 20. Yeah, and just copy what you see on your move in here. You see this, you just create another index. You use your index, and then you count by 4 on your index, and then you put what is written in here, which is the data, and then you use the first address as your custom pointer, again as your representative of these contents. And then, like, yeah, that's how you use them. You see this, the first address is used in here because that is the pointer. Then next is the 38. The 38 is the effect slot. Let's see if I'm still heard. I'm probably still heard. Okay, and so effect slot. So an effect slot consists of 3 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4. These lines, the first line is going to be the start frame. Then the next line is going to be what kind of effect. Let's say I put 8001. That's not a default stance, but that is a camera shake. If we're talking about effects, 8001 is effects. 8002 is 8001 is camera shake, then 8002 is second camera shake. And yeah, and then properties, the last line is going to be properties, whatever properties your chosen effect has. Let's say, for example, I did choose camera shake, then camera shake doesn't really need, or camera shake doesn't require any property, so just put 00. But there are, you see here, this is a perfect good example. So the first line is the start frame of the effect, which here is 33. Second frame is what type of effect. So this one, 8091, is change the body state. So if so, this happens on reaction. This is very weird, but let's say, for example, that the value of this is air. I forgot what value air is, but this is stand. But imagine this is air, and then for specific frame, this should change, so that will do that. So if Devil Jin does the Aratama strike, the body state is going to be stand, cannot block. But on the effect, on the 33th frame, the 33 on the frame of 33, the body state changes, and the properties is what body state, because this is a body state change effect. The properties are all different according to what type of effect you are doing. So yeah, to end this, to end 38, you just simply create three extra more data or contents. Again, you count by 4 bytes, use your index, and then you basically write 00 on them. The three of them lines are 00, because again 138 effects consists of 3 lines. So that is the whole guide for a move data. So for a move data, that is a full guide of it. And then hopefully you did understand how to code this, but now there is more. Let me see. I explained index and how you make your datas, because I explained custom pointer and how to make it. I explained all data from 0 to 54. So I explain the 2 coding way, the lazy and the advanced. So I did explain the lazy coding, but I didn't explain how to create a move from lazy coding. So I'm gonna start with the lazy coding. So how do you make a move from the lazy coding? So I'm gonna use an index that is I'm gonna use index that plugins allows me to use. Okay, so see these settings here. For lazy coding, you always put this. Okay, maybe if you understand what I said about 14 slots, you can add extra and you can customize it later. I don't know what separate lines is. I probably is for if you cannot copy everything, but I don't know what leave 1 to 2 frames is. But if a move has a custom item animation, those are what you will see. What is this? Like June's attack, like the beams and stuff, the spikes from the ground. That is a thing. Or wait, let me give you an example here. June, you will also see something like this, custom item animation. You will see exclude items or include. So if there's an settings, if there is this settings, it means that this move has a custom item animation. These are like effects or projectiles, let's say projectiles. And then okay, so how do we make this? So let's delete everything and let's start coding. Oh no. So I want to create gens 1 to 1. So we paste the move with the added sample pointer. This basically means that you don't have to create the move data, the 0 from 54. You don't have to create, because it makes this makes it for you. But I wouldn't really recommend this, because there are excess like here, there are excess data, there are excess index which you could have used for other things. You can also set like the stand reactions. Wait, let's say that for genes 1 to 1, the stand reaction is going to be down plus 3 plus 4. That is the launcher. Then the air is going to be CD1. That is the air, right? So for gene, the standing reaction will be this, and the air reaction will be this. So now we copy this and paste it here. So now, how do you activate this? Basically, there's a lot of things you can do with this. So basically, you have you now have an existing move data. So if this move has all of this, then your chosen move has all of that too, like in here, even your animation bin. So now what your move doesn't have is a move ID and a pointer. So again, how you make pointer? Literally take the first address and add 88 5, then 5 zeros, and then that's how you make your custom pointer. And then how do you make it come out? Like, how do you make the animation come out? Well, you basically have you basically just use 2 lines, like you basically use 2 lines, which is okay. So this is the line. Was it 4? Yes, it's 4. CH4, CH7, A18. Was it? Oh no, D1C. Again, we are using this for faster, not delayed action. And then the custom pointer. What is our custom pointer? This. So if we add 88, then 5 zeros to that, that becomes this. So this is where you set your ID, the ID of your move. So let's say that I want to set the ID of my move to 686. So now you have a move pointer and a move pointer and move number or ID. So now you have it. Now how do you use this? You have it, but how do you connect? Well, now comes By the way, if you're gonna wait, I'll explain it later. So now we create the lazy way of connecting that move into 1-2. So 24/7 80 82 E1D for Jin. Okay, if it's Jin, 8B4 again. To explain this is fixed. You just put this, and don't think just put this, and put this, don't think just put this, then change this into whoever character you're using. And then the move. So what is 1-2? 7A18. 1-2 is this. So when Jin performs 1-2, or if the value in here in this address becomes this, which is this, if we press what do we press? 1. If we press 1, 7 9, what was it, 940? I think it was 940 or something. If you press that, oh no, no, that is the frame duration input. Yes. If it's less than, so if you're writing here, you're gonna look for the, if you're writing 2 on that, if you're gonna put 2 on that, I think it's 113F. Yep. So you gotta have to look for the end duration because it's below. So below 13, so 1 to 13. So below 13 frames, if you press, if it's below 13 frames, if you press 1, or no, firstly there is directional input. If you press, what was it, up 100, if you press that, if you press up, and if you press, let's take one of this, if you press 1, then on the what was it, the frame which, yes, 0407D10, the frame will come out on, let's see, yes, on the F frame, because the Windows startup written here is F startup. This is the startup of your move. This is the duration, and then performs your move 7D24, and then you write your custom pointer of the move. I didn't really use the ID. I guess you can still use it, but if you're doing it like this, just use the custom pointer. And yeah, if your pointer is a custom one, you don't really have to make Paul and Alisa version. Let's see if this works. If this works, it means I messed up. Okay, I probably messed up. Alright, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 6 5 4 3 2. Why isn't it working? I don't know too. I also don't understand. Okay. So I don't need to do this. No! Right. Right. This isn't the Zen one? I don't need this. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm goofing around. 6. I don't need that because it's not the Zen one. It's just 1 to 1. You see? But you see that the transition is quite bad. That is the downside of lazy coding. See? That's why I don't prefer the lazy coding. You cannot fix the transition. Well, it fixes when you delay it. You see? I delay it and it looks fine. But if I just stop, it doesn't really look good. So that I won't really get into the lazy coding side because I want you guys to learn. The purpose of this guide is to stop everyone from doing or is to make everyone better at coding. So I'm not really gonna focus on the lazy coding side. So now we get into the juicy stuff, or am I? Yeah, to the juicy stuff. Hello. It's been 1 day for me, but it's probably been 1 second for you guys. But so I'm gonna be covering now the advanced coding. And first thing about advanced coding, I think there's 2 advanced coding method. I don't know if I would really call the other one advanced, but it's using this, and the main one which we usually use is this. So I'm gonna explain this. So Shadow from the Bad Wolf server actually explained this. So using the 7964 method modifies the current move being performed. So it only modifies the move when it's being performed. So like here, whatever I put into this, it will only be changed in this while it's being performed. While in this coding we usually use, this is what we actually call the advanced coding. This 78E0 modifies the move base. So basically, from the existing datas, we just modify this. So what this basically does is you direct to whatever address you want to change in the current existing data in Ppsspp, and you change the value of that. I'm not really sure if I should explain this, because I want you guys to learn this instead of this. So it's really not that complicated. Let's say, for example, what can we do? So let's say, for example, I'm going for Devilgen. We're just going to change, yes, I'm going to change the back one. No, back two. That's back two. I'm gonna make it Tekken 7 style, back two. Where's Devilgen? Here. So in advanced coding we don't use sample pointer, so this is just the animation bin. So from advanced coding we code from scratch, like literally. We don't have any existing data, so we just code from scratch. So we copy and paste the animation bin. So now, like, if you want to use like these 6047964, basically what you're gonna do, is again no magic, just the stage condition, and then your character condition. For Devilgen it's 1A as my example. This is the address for the character ID, and then for this, so what we put here is what move we are going to replace. So like we're gonna go with this. This is Jin. My bad. Here, Devilgen. So we copy this and make it 16-bit, and now we put 7. Basically this, or was it D1C? I'm pretty sure it's 7A18. And then now we put the 32 bits that I'm talking about, this 7964, and then add another one. This one directs your, so this part is going to be what you want to put, the value you want to put on the address you want. So this connects to the address, the existing address. So for like actually for this, you already directed whatever you're gonna write below this, because you already set the condition to the move, this move, which I'm using as an example. Yeah, so we are already using a condition that directs the data we are going to we are going to create, and then you basically here you write your value. So let's say, for example, again, you create your custom pointer for your bin, animation bin. So for here, so again, if you don't know how to make custom pointer, just add take the first value and add 88, then 50, 88, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 8,800,000. Yes, 8,800,000. You basically add that to the first address index you're using, and then for this you basically tell the game what brain fart, what data you're going to replace. So in this case, we're just going to replace this. We're going to replace the animation because we want to replace it with this animation pin. We copy and pasted and just put 8 because 8 is the pointer to animation. So now again, don't forget to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, and let's try this. See, you see, and then it's basically the same for this. Is just what I did here is only replace the animation, but you are going to have to replace like this C 10, 14, 18, 20, 24 if the move is, or if the move involves the player being in the air. 28, 2C, and 30. Then 38, you don't really need 34 because again, that's just the audio, which you can already create it in 38, which is the effect. Definitely 44 is gonna be needed, 48 for the limbs, 4C for the starting attack frame, 50 for the ending attack frame, then colliders. So yeah, so like what I'm saying is you just gotta repeat this. Like you're going to replace the C, this one, and you make it whatever it is, whatever it's written. But if the custom move you're trying to replace on the existing move, if it has the same value, then just don't change it. Like here, the value that I need for my custom move, which is back to, is 842. So this is already 842, so I don't have to replace that. So I'm just going to do that. Not going to do that, I mean. And then special 14, blah blah blah. You get the point. Create your 14, your recovery, your string, whatever. So that's literally 47964. So there's no really magic into it. It's just I don't really prefer this, as Shadow says. Using the 7964 method modifies the current move being performed, which is all well and good until it thinks you are performing the default stance and you're actually not. So I don't know what that means, but if you understand that, then maybe you should, maybe you understand why you should not use that. So then so let's get to the main part of this video, which is I'm going to, since now that I've taught you like the basics and stuff, what's an index, how to make custom pointer, how to make 14, how to make 20, 38, blah blah blah, 34 even, how does creating datas work. Like you just use your index is empty space, and you just write your values, your contents. So now we move to the advanced, the actually advanced method that we use in the server. For this, it's basically the same as the previous methods. Just the beginning is going to be the same. We code from the start, like we don't add sample pointer, and then again you put the stage condition and the character ID. But this time for our advanced coding, what we put here is so basically this line is going to be a checker. So like, how can I explain this? It's basically a checker, because the job of this, the purpose of this line that I'm going to create is to check on this address if there is a digit that is 64. Again, 64, I don't know if I mentioned this, but 64 is older animations, and C8 are the newer for C8 is for the newer animation bins. So in this case, I'm just going to replace Devil Jin back 2 into Tekken 7 Devil Jin back 2. So for Tekken 7, it's 64. So you put like 64 here, and then you put the address where you can see the 64. So that is the very first. And this time you don't make it a PSP. You don't make a PSP format, because it's just a checker to see if there is 64 on this address. So if there's a digit named 64 on this address, so that's what this line does. And then E1, now this one is going to be constant, and when I say constant, it's fixed. You just put this, you just put this, don't think, just put this. So yeah, now we write the 7880. So let me explain to you again what this method do. So what this method does is basically replace the base. This is the base, like this is the resting values, this is the existing values, existing datas. So from the previous coding method 7964, you modify the move when it's being performed, but in here you modify the move data of that move. So before it's already performed, the move the data is already changed. So then so I'm gonna explain to you. So again, you just put the value here, your your custom value, whatever you want to put, but we're going to change again the value of the pointer to animation, which is 8. So it's quite similar to the previous method, but wait, I'll show you. So again, this is your first address for the animation bin. You take that, add 8,800,000 in hexadecimal, and it should, if it's 18, if you're using this address, it should come out as this. So in here, you don't write like what data you are doing. In here, basically is going to be the base address of that particular data. So here you're gonna be looking at here, this is the these are the address for this datas. So what I mean by base is these are PSP format. So there is Ppsspp format for this datas, and to see them, it's literally there. It's base. Let me take a screenshot here. It's base. When you see base, that is the base of the address for that particular data. So you basically write that. Yeah, you basically write that in here, in this line. So we want to change the animation, right? So we use the base. So we just copy the base 1E0. As I've encountered some problems. Some moves, like some specific moves I've encountered, what written here in base isn't what it's actually written in here. So like you see at the end here, it's E0, and for the base, the last 2 digit is also E0. Some moves maybe here's the base, and then for some moves, if you hover or click on the address, the base might not be what's actually the base of that address. So like for example, I encountered a move that I'll say, okay, so let's say for example that this is the correct address, and then I hover into it, and it says 5B1E E8. Let's say it's E8. So it doesn't match up with what's written in here. So what you're just going to do is just write the last digit in here from here, because that is gonna be the true value. I don't know why that's a thing, but I don't really want to complain because Sadamitsu is working really hard for us, so I don't want to bother him. But yeah, so yeah, we directed, so this is basically our value, and then we directed that value into this base address, which is here. So now if I test, it should work. Let me just restart for a whole clean experience. Okay. Yeah, you see, so this is this coding method is really safe. Like you will never encounter crashes on the ghost battle if you use this coding method. Oh yes, I forgot to mention, I'm gonna go over to the yes, so I'll be talking about later another, I guess we can say, advanced method that we sometimes use in coding, but I'll be talking about that later or maybe now. So let's continue back to this. So um, again, what I only did here is replace the value of the animation, but like I said, if your custom move doesn't match up with what's written in these values, then you should probably like change it by literally just copy pasting this and stuff, changing their values. Let's say for example I'm gonna change the hit rank. This is 5 B1 E8. We're gonna change it into a mid. Oh, my bad. Here, so I just changed it into a mid. I said I changed it into mid. E0. No, I mean E8. Yes, 5 B1 E8. But why is it not working? Oh, here. Yeah, you see? It's middle. It's middle. I guess I just didn't refresh earlier. That's why it didn't work for a while. See, it's middle. Middle. If yeah, so now I'm going to show you, like, see, that's I don't know if you understand that, but probably some of you guys, that's easy to understand. So it's literally just constant constant stage condition, character ID condition, checker, check if there's 64 or C8 on this address you use on the first address you use on the animation bin, and then this is fixed condition for default stance, and then it literally just consists of these two lines. So the first line is your value, and the second line is where you direct that value, what address you are going to direct that custom value. Pretty sure this is Ppsspp version. If I were to do this, no, my bad, and add 8,800,000, yeah, I think, is it? No. Oh, was it? Oh, I see. So this is so what I taught you here is literally how to use Move Finder. So if you have the mindset that advanced coding is only for PC, you're wrong. For mobile, it's literally here. This is literally your key. Alright, so here's your base. That's here's the base when you want to do advanced coding on mobile. But for PC, if you don't want to use Move Finder, what or how you basically get the base is the PSP address, and I think you minus it on either Paul or Alisa. So for Paul, it's 86A. Was it 8800 or was it 4400? 5B1. Let me. Yep, here you see. So basically, if you don't want you don't want to use Move Finder, you can just subtract the address into, this is Paul, and this is Alisa 75. Was it 44? Was it 4400? Let me try. I don't know if I should also teach you guys how to use the memory finder. It's going to be messy if you want to really dive deep into the memory viewer. It's gonna be messy. Minus 875 44800. No, so it's, what was it, 875. Oh, there's also a Lisa version of that. So for the Alisa version, it's 87AF5E4. So you can see versus Paul and versus Alisa in here. So if you're going to subtract using the versus Alisa, you subtract with this value, I think. Yep. But if you subtract with Paul, you minus with this. So yeah, that's how you get the base on what you will put in here. So that's literally the advanced coding. So if you wanna change the 14, let's say for example I made a 14 in here using this this address, blah blah blah, the 8 lines, the recovery stuff, strings, whatever you want to do, and then you basically add 8,800,000 in hexadecimal. Then that's gonna be your custom pointer for that A14. So you basically paste that. So yeah, that is the Ppsspp format. That's how you connect also a 14 into advanced coding. So next is, this is another coding way that I actually forgot. This is going to be the last one that I'm gonna be talking about in this video. It's already been too long. It's probably been almost 3 hours, but bear with me because this video is going to be helpful, and hopefully my screen is very understandable, like it's very readable, and my voice isn't scuffed or anything. So so what I'm going to teach you here is how to make basically how to make a custom move from a non-existing data or index or move. So the advanced coding is very heavily dependent on the existing moves. Like here, this is an existing move, so it's very dependent. But in this coding that I'm about to show you is you are going to basically create your own here, like from the move ID to the move pointer to the addresses for the data, and so on so forth. So how you are going to do this, actually I forgot, so I'm just gonna take here, yes, here. So let me explain this. So again, stage condition, but this time you're not gonna use any character, or maybe you can use, but we don't usually use character ID checker. to check if you're using what character you're using. But in here, so basically this line is the same thing. This is the checker, so C8. This C8 is Tekken 8 animation because it's newer. So basically, again, if you don't know, if there is C8 or 64 for older, animation bin C8 for newer on this address. So that's the condition. So now that's all for the fix. Yeah, that's all. Really? Yeah, that's all for the fixed. Yeah, so that's basically no. So that's basically gonna be your fixed, or you always do that. It cannot be gone. So here I'm going to explain this very strange and unfamiliar line. So 0x5 means copy bytes. X is copy bytes, and from the advanced coding, 0x6 is rewrite. So like, you know, from the advanced coding we use this. So basically that we rewrite, like we rewrite the data here, we write the data there. That's basically rewrite. So for this copy bytes, this is still very confusing to me, but I'm still getting the hang of this, and this might be the key into creating your very own heat system, or this is gonna be an essential tool for creating your heat system. That's what I think, and this goes well with flags. I'm not gonna talk about flag. I don't think I'm gonna talk about flag. I haven't even explained how to basically how to give P to a custom reaction. Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, I'll get into that maybe later if I feel like explaining it. So basically copy bytes. So this is a fixed data. So I forgot how this works, but it's very confusing to me. I think so what, okay, I'll explain this later. So copy 58 bytes even though there's like 54 data in a move. So next line is going to be your chosen start for your index, where you're gonna put the data, like this data from 0 to 54, like from what space in the memory you're going to start on. And for here you write 0 here, and then for here you write basically 0. That is fixed, you don't do anything with that, it's just that. And then you write here your starting index that you're going to use to place your data, move data. So now the next line is basically you start from animation. So basically start from animation. So let's say for example, I'm gonna use this. So basically I'm gonna use this. I just added 10. so it doesn't conflict with this. Then since this is the starting point, you start to write your data here. So 8 again, you add 8 because you add 8 because that 8 is pointer to animation. So this is going to be pointer to animation, like here. For here, you don't put, again, you don't make it a PSP format, but in here you make it a PSP format. So this is a PSP format, and you repeat the same thing for 0 for 8 up to 54, and you write your values here, so on and so forth. And when you finish, okay, let me just finish this, I'll show you. So 8 C is, mind you, you literally have to copy everything from 8 to 54. You have to copy the datas. 8C, this is 10, 14, 48. What is that? That is 8C, 10, 14, 18. We don't need 1C again, so for here 20, I guess. 50, because 20, 30 plus 20 is 50. This is going to be the length, 24, and then our move that really doesn't have any involvement with air stuff, so we can just not write that. So from 20, 24, we can just move to 44. So in here we add this. Oh no, we add 44. Again, it's just counting 4 bytes, but you skip some datas because they are really unnecessary. So here then, so it's 74. This is going to be 44. 44. So for 44, it's just this. It's just constant. And 44, 48. 48. 4C, 50, 54. So basically here, when you start with 44, you just basically count up 4 bytes. So again, 4, 8C, 10, 14, 18, 1C, 20, 24, 28, 2C, 30, 34, 38, 3C, and on. So here 4, 8C, then go up, that's 10, 14. 14. So then we write the values. So this is going to be the animation. The C is going to be 842. The hit rank is going to be high. What is this? And this is the 14 pointer. You just what the heck? Sorry, my bad. Okay, I'm fixed. Your strings or recovery custom address, your 14 data. then 18 is going to be the visual recovery, probably 8001. Yeah, here. And then the length, oh my bad, and the length, no, the your reaction or damage. So for here, if you are just gonna take an existing 20 data, you have to create Paul and Alisa version. So Alisa and Paul version, like again, it's just writing this condition. If it's Paul, this is Paul, 16 byte is Paul, and then this is constant. You don't think, you just write this, and then you write this again, but this time you make this is Alisa version, and then you just take, like you see, versus Paul and versus Alisa. You just take that, put that in here, put that in here, versus Paul versus Alisa, and it's actually the same as the advanced coding method. Let me show you. So like for example, I am say for example like here, this is the advanced coding method. You put your 20 value here or whatever. It's not only just 20. If you're also going to use like 14 existing 14 data, existing maybe effects, if you're basically just going to take any existing, you always have to make it in versus Paul and versus Alisa. But you will see, going back to the 14, what was it, 1404A, was it C, which is the fourth, 5, 6 and 8, which is the fourth here. Again, this is the direction input, attack input. This is the start of the 114 slot. Again, this is permission. So like as you can see here, permission and connection. As you can see here, I said that if you don't want to really mess with this, then you basically write this, which is constant, but this is an existing data, but I didn't use like versus Paul and versus Alisa. That's because you will identify if you need to create versus Paul and versus Alisa if the address pointer or the 32-bit value starts with 086. I think so. Yeah, 086, mostly 086, but it doesn't make sense though. Basically, some parts you don't, some we did use we did use existing data that we didn't use versus Paul and versus Alisa, and some of them are like here, what I said here, and yeah, but I don't know if it starts with 8. Usually if it starts with 086, it always has versus Alisa variant. But if it starts with something like 088 above, like if it starts like 088 above, then that's it. I don't think you're gonna need to make versus Paul or versus Alisa. So yeah, so like I said, yes, this is also the same case for advanced. This is literally it for the advanced coding method. If you want to put like a reaction, an existing reaction or damage custom pointer, you basically write this. But again, if your custom reaction and damage pointer is custom, or you made it from scratch, then you don't need this. You only need one here, and then you put your custom animation pointer for your 20 data. So going back, like I said here, actually if you do this, you're not going to write that in there. We're going to save it for later. So let me just finish this. So this is the 18. This is the length of the move here. 24 is 34, and then here, and then 9. So here it's 9, and then F, and then 11. No, this is 43. I mean, this is 44, the body properties, and then the limbs where the attack will happen from, and then this is the start of the attack frame, the end of the attack frame. Why is it like this? Oh, I see, I mistaken it. I messed up. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so then colliders, there's really none. So for 54, you just write 0, 0. So that's a whole move data that you created from non-existing data. It literally created from an index, empty space. So then it's not over yet. You follow up with an, let's say this is an activation code. First, again, you start with the stage condition. Why is it short? It's okay, short because of this. Then this is where you put the ID of your character, and now here we write another checker, but instead of checking for 64 or 6 or C8, we're going to use the first index. Oh, I see. Really? Wait, no, I don't think so. Never mind. So you basically take this is the start of your move data for your custom move, and then in here you put, this is constant, This is fixed. You always have to put 8190. Yes, this 8190, and then you basically write your address. This isn't PSP format. Next, now you use the very first two lines I used in this at the start of this video, which is using D1C. So what you're doing here is basically you're assigning this move with an ID. Yeah, that move with an ID, so you can use it for, like, if this move is behind strings, or this is some maybe second hit or whatever, and for 14 it requires the move number. So here, so if you're going to use your custom move your custom move as a second string or above, or third string, fourth string, whatever, you basically apply this 24. You basically apply this. So in here you can write whatever ID you want, but I prefer if you really want to, like, create a move non-existing, like from scratch, from nowhere, no existing, I suggest you write from here and above this, starting from this and above, because if you accidentally write and let me show you, there is a move, there is this move. This doesn't really appear, but if you accidentally assigned an existing move ID, once you go into, or you fight that character on that, with that, or that character that has that move ID, it's basically just gonna, instead of doing what it's supposed to do, it's doing your custom move. So I suggest starting from here, if you want to basically scratch from build your move from scratch, like custom ID, custom pointer, everything like that. Then from here, since this is your move data, this is going to be your moves custom pointer. So this is your move. So now we're done. But you can also replace existing move using this. You just have to change this. Let's say, for example, that what I'm doing here, I guess this is back 2. So back 2 is an existing move, so if I just write back +2, here 1 CA, if I just basically write that 1 2 3 4, if you basically just write that, then it will replace that move with your data. Let me just do this. Oh yes, this is very, very dangerous, because I didn't really put any 14th any value in 14, the recovery. If your code crashes, it's mostly 14, or I forgot, Yes, so here's where you actually put your reaction damage. Here you put it in here. So like, instead of putting it in here, you put it in here, so that it's always active. I don't know why, but just follow this, and you put your value here, and your pointer to the reaction or damage. And this is probably gonna crash. Hopefully, I don't think. Yep, it's gonna crash because it doesn't have 14 nor reaction damage. But yeah, if I just put something in here, and it would work. So I'm not gonna do that. It's kind of time wasting. But yeah, this is how to build move from literally scratch, like from an empty index. But I don't recommend using this too often. I only recommend this if you are building a move that is, let's say for example, like from stance, like moves that are behind strings, like it's not the first hit. The move is not the first hit, or the move isn't coming out from the default stance. Because if you accidentally do not open the master code, and you left this open, and you try to do this move, it will crash, because you're literally taking animation from nowhere, since you didn't turn the master code on. You don't have your animation bin on the memory viewer. So, but it's up to you. I use this sometimes. Use this a lot often back then, but since I learned the advanced coding, it's much more reliable, and it basically stops crashes. So that's how to code advanced coding. Let me know if I did miss something, but I can probably explain flag right now, and it's very messy. I can explain flag right now, but or maybe wait, I think you already guys know how to make flag and how to use custom reaction. So I'm just gonna stop the video here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna stop the video here. Let me know if you actually want me to explain that, the flag and the flag, and how to put custom reaction on player 2. But I think most coders out there already knows. Like, I've seen some coders from other servers, aside from the Bad Wolf. I've seen them using like the the tornado, and the here, the heat burst bound and stuff. So I'm not gonna get into it, but I just want this video to be over. I've already explained the main purpose of why I'm doing this. So thank you guys for watching. Yes, so let me know if I did miss something.